Whoops. Sorry, guys. I went downstairs and made a drink before we got started, and it took longer than I thought. Might not be anybody here. Y'all might have thought I forgot about you. I did not. Hope you guys are doing well. I don't know if it shows up. I linked a video in chat for those that asked me the other day for the White Wyvern fight. Let me, put it back in there. It was one of the newer mobs that was upgraded, put in. Used to be known as the Crystalline Wyvern, or Wyvern. There may still be a Crystalline somewheres. I don't know where everybody went. We might be showing you guys something new yet again. We pull this off, we'll be the only individuals to have done this. I need you guys to cross your fingers, cross your toes, kiss your lucky four-leaf clovers. It's the easiest way to come down. I think we climb down here, right? Oh. I do. I've got Sassel already. Hope you guys in chat are doing well. Kind of excited. I'm looking forward to what we're about to do. I think we have a fair number of people, which is nice. Already done? Stay put. Stay put. What's the spider here, Conchad? This widower. Oh, he's investigating. So for those who don't know, we are crawling an area known as Mad Run. It is proving to be a high 20s, low 30s area at the moment, which is different because I'm pretty sure it used to be lower. Okay. Oh, we all met in the middle. Ooh. I've never been here. Okay, I'm being stunned, rooted, knocked up, and pulled. I feel like Riley Reid. Cool, so we got the chest for that map quest. So our map quest is done. Ooh, I can't wait to see where we're going. Oh, is that who we're after right there? That's Agnok. Or Aganoct. That's the big baddie. That's the last target for us to kill, and we'll have everything killed. we'll be the first guild to have it done. I'm feeling pretty good. I hope this goes well. I'm guessing I'm going to be tanking something, so let me make sure that we are prepared. Oh, my font all reset. That doesn't matter. Okay, sounds like we got quite a few ads to handle. Or to deal with. Okay, here comes our attempt, I think. First pull, right? Aganocht. Khan's red. Okay. Seems it's not our fault. She's facing away, or he's facing away. I mean, he's looking, I don't know where he's looking. Oh, maybe he's looking for people to show up over there? And we came from over here? I don't know. Maybe as we run down, it jumps around and goes, haha, gotcha. Surprise. It might happen. Here we go. It's Call of the Brood Queen. Oh, it's getting interrupted. Nice. I got that, thank you. We're getting this. Everybody's doing their job. We're good. We're good, we're good, we're good. We're gonna be the first guild to do this? You guys are doing phenomenal. They've caught like every call. Oh, I just missed that one. Nice, that one was caught. Nice. They are. They're underneath Krugen. All I can see is their name. They're dead. Come on, yo. Come on. Get that one, get that one. I can't get that one. Come on. Can't get my battle points back, man. Thinking boss is red. Listen to the music. This is spider that drops the dagger? I have no idea. Any max level contact, raids, world bosses? We're doing a raid right now. On Agonok. There's a couple of targets. I really like the spell grab. Oh, dude, there's a lot to like about this game. World first, world first, world first. We got this. We got this. Fantastic. Fantastic. Oh, dude, we've cleared everything, man. Man. Fantastic. How dare my nameplate be off? Everything defaulted. I need proof that I was here. This... We got the rogue or I guess it's a rogue dagger. It went to the rogue. I guess it's a rogue dagger. First dagger in the world. First dagger in the world. Fantastic. Wait a minute, wait a minute. If we're done, does that mean I'm done? I leave? Aren't we done? Aren't I supposed to start a World of Warcraft character now or something? We got a world first clear. World first kill of this guy, world first kill of everything in the game to date so far. Except for a dragon. There's one dragon. There's one dragon we haven't killed. I mean, I don't think we've even pulled it yet. World first, man. I'll take it. Okay, guys, I got the rogue to link the Fang of Aganocht. Oh, I can't see its stats. I really wish they'd put a mail system in place. I'm at the point I might buy a second account. Just transfer boxes and harvesting stuff? Yes, for sure. Okay, I think they want to go after the wyvern. Okay, hang on. We got a screenshot here. Where's the screenshot? Screenshot. Okay, so here's the stats for the Fang of Aganocht. It's one-hand dagger, 2.2 delay, which is phenomenal, 12 damage, 2 to strength, 3 to dexterity, 3 to poison resistance, plus 18 to hit rating, plus 18 to haste. And it has a chance to proc something called Miasmic Shock, whatever that is. Could be DD, could be a dot, could be a stun, no idea. But that's what dropped. Okay, now, I think they want to go do Wyvern, so we'll go help with that. If you guys haven't seen it, that's that fight that I posted in chat earlier. And if you can't see the link, I'll post it here. Just in case we don't get over there in time. What do you mean? Of course I did. Of course I did. I got the wyvern fight from the other day too, so yes. Now I have to cut out that video and make that a highlight. Now I gotta make that a highlight. I know you don't like to solo, but I like to sometimes get 30 minutes into my lunch break. Is it truly impossible, swear? No, it's not impossible. Here's what you do. You make friends with a cleric, or you run by a shaman. So always be bound near a town or a hub where you know players are going to be. And then when you log in, ask if anybody can buff you. If you can get your buffs, go out and spend your 30 minutes. The most important buff to get is the one from the cleric. It's the blue icon with the white glowing sword. That's the heal on hit, I think it is. It's like a life tap. That's the one you want. That'll help you out. I forget what it's called. But no, it's not impossible to solo. I just don't like doing it, that's all. And it's not that I can't solo, I can. To me, it's a waste of my time when I know I can put a group together. There's a screenshot in there already. So we're off to Hangor now? I'm going the wrong... What am I doing? You dummy. You dummy, you dummy, you dummy. What are you doing? You're bound right next door to the place. That's twice I've done that. I did that yesterday. Man, we got the world first on that. We didn't need nobody spawning nothing for us. Too soon? Who's Calton? Is that a viewer? Who's Calton? Somebody tell me who Calton is. I have no idea who this person is. Any of you Calton? Who's Calton? Oh, frigate, whatever. We'll add the dude. He's a 10 Dire Lord. Who's Calton? Hey, Mega, what's happening? Yeah, man, Spider dead. That's fantastic. I can't wait to kill Karagos now. I've been cracking jokes to the stream that at least we didn't need anybody to spawn it for us. think the drama yesterday might have been the best thing to happen. You know what? I think you're right, man. I think you're right. Hang on, I wanna brag a little bit, so we're gonna put it in the stream title. Oh, interesting. We have the almost first level 40 necromancer getting ready to ding for his level 40 pet. So if we can get him 40, that'll be another world first. A lot of people are interested to see what the level 40 pet is like. We all believe it's going to be a mage, but there's Yoda right there. That's the almost first ever necromancer at 40. Whoops, get off that. What? There we go. That was so awesome. That was so awesome. Dude. That was so good. We jacked up all our settings again, by the way, so all slider bars are up to max. We had an update we downloaded before we came in this evening, so I said, frig it, we're gonna jack everything up and see what happens. So if anybody's wondering, we're playing on max settings right now. Oh, the lighting thing is still here. See this stuff? We're in the magical land of whatever this is. It'll go away in a second, I think. That might be the wrong way. Oh, they're there. We'll just drop down and say hello. There we go. Game's new lighting is incredible. Yes, it is. Yo, that's so... Man, that is fantastic. I'm so stoked we got that killed. So much for Black Moon. Or Blood Moon. What is it? Black Moon? Blood Moon? What's the name of the server? Black Moon, right? So much for Black Moon. We don't need 5 shards. Black Moon, that's it. Your server. Hey, I meant no offense to you, man. I'm just saying, we don't need no 5 shards to, you know, farm out our guildmates and still not have everything killed. That's all I'm saying. Apparently, I'm being told there's a player in the guild Subterfuge on Black Moon that is 41. I guess they ended up farming enough XP to hit 41. Yeah, I guess the level cap's not a hard 40. So then I would say 50's got to be hard cap then. They must be keeping it like pretty much every MMO out there. I mean, wasn't EQ2 40 at launch? I'm pretty sure, right? Because the Dragon was 40 something. 42, 43, 45. Supposedly there's no hard cap implemented. Oh, okay, so there's just no content then. So the XP grind is going to slow down massively once you hit 40. Or nobody can kill it. Decades of gameplay to get there? Yes. Yes. I would kind of, I would phrase it this way. How many MMORPGs drop one item off of a raid boss? I don't think anybody does. There's no... Does anybody in chat play EQ currently? Are there any raid bosses that only drop one item? There's not, right? Like a 72 player or 54 player raid. Is there a raid mob that only drops one item? Like this boss that we just killed only dropped... So, the guild leader was talking to VR just now, and they congratulated us for the kill. So he was asking them if Agonok had anything else other than the dagger that dropped, because it was only the only item that dropped. We found out that it is the only item right now that dropped off of Agonok. He's only keyed to that dagger, but they are going to go over his whole kit and populate him and revamp him and so on. And there's a discussion going on right now in the people that are here for the raid that are talking about, this one person is trying to say that it's justification to only have one item drop on a raid target for multiple groups. And a number of other people are saying, well, that doesn't make sense. There should be at least 2, or maybe even 3. By the way, this is the wyvern here, or the wyvern, however you want to pronounce it. This is the next big target. This guy was much... We killed him yesterday. This guy was easier than the spider was. But that is the white wyvern. Ooh. Resistant. This might be a long fight. Hey, Lazy, what's happening? This boss's cake? We managed it the other day. I think we only had one death. And the reason we only had the one death is I believe they were standing in the wrong spot. And actually, I don't think I need to tank here, so... Let's DPS instead. Pop that out. Put... Where's Cross Strike? Right there. There we go. We also don't need that, and we don't need the threat. So let's go... Melee... and hit rate. Oh, and let's go Strength Pauldrons. Get us up there. We normally hit 40 Strength when dual wielding. Why am I not... Oh, because I usually have a different weapon. That's why. What's nice about having a bunch of pets, they can be the random target he selects first bolt, right? We're showing all the cool content tonight. We got the world first on Agonok earlier. We got congratulated by VR, by the GMs anyways, for the kill. So that's pretty awesome. So we have world first on every kill that's possible right now. The only one we don't have, I think, is Karagos. Yeah. It's just the rogue dagger that dropped. Phenomenal dagger. Holy crap, it's phenomenal. It's a bonkers piece, but feels weird calling it a raid mob with one drop. We were just having a somewhat heated discussion in the raid chat, guild/raid chat, what have you, about that. I think there should be a couple. If it's a multi-group mob, there should be minimum 2 items. And multi-group I consider raid. A raid is anything outside of one group. Period. If you have 2 groups, it's not 2 groups. It's a raid. By definition. A raid is more than a group. So technically, you could have a group of 3 and another group of 3, and that would be a raid, technically. Even though they could all be in the same group. And then we'll have the first 40 necro tonight. So we'll figure out if the 40 pet is an actual caster or not. We believe it's going to be a mage. Okay, they're going in. There's tail swipe. Oh, that was close. Look at the debuffs. Holy Toledo. First 40 necro, yes. As far as we know, it's the first 40 necro period. Is there a 40 necro on Black Moon? I didn't think so. You have a 40 necro in your static? What's the pet type? Do you know? Do you know what the pet type is for the 40 necro? White Wyvern down. Doc Ripper with a 98. So a relic dropped off of it with 1 hit point regen and 5 frigid resist. Oh, we got something special coming. I think. I think we got something special coming for you guys to check out. That lighting is actually really cool. That's what it would look like if you've been in the dark for the longest time and you come out to the light. That is, I'm just noticing this like tonight. This is phenomenal. Right there. Like, that's not a glitch. That's what it would actually be like if you went down in your basement right now for 20 minutes in pitch black and then walked upstairs and went outside. I mean, if you had a basement. Okay, we'll have to go back to tanking, because I think one of the tanks just logged. Oops. Did he drop anything good? Was tabbed. No, the white... Well, I wouldn't say it wasn't good. I mean, I would use it. It was a relic that had +1 hit point regen and 5 defrigid. We just had a bunch of people join the guild. Okay. All right. Okay. No haste helm? No, no haste helm. There's a haste helm on the Wyvern? I didn't know that. Is it a plate helm? We had a haste belt drop yesterday. Or day before. No, yesterday? When did I make that video? It was yesterday, right? I think it was yesterday. He dropped the haste belt. That was monk only. Crystalline plate helm. So, I'm being told there's a haste plate helm off the Wyvern. Have you guys seen that? Okay. Does it exist now in early access, Lazy? They're telling me that they had it in during seasons, but it was taken out. It was removed. Oh, do you have it? 20 armor, 4 stamina, 2 dex, 8 cold Oh, wow. Yep. I would want that. Yeah, I would want that. For sure. You don't have it. You have the regen relic? Got ya. We're going to stop by the treasure hunter real quick because we completed our map quest. So we're going to pick up that shield. I'm stopping by. Yeah. I'm just stopping by the... I'm stopping by the treasure hunter before I forget so I can turn this in. Hello, Dorian. Thank you, Dorian. There we go. They aggroed him. It's not big enough. Not big enough. It's a kite shield. Needs to be a tower shield. I'll be there in a couple minutes. Parkour night, man. Parkour night. Were you here earlier, Stogrum? We managed to get the world first on, I mean, pretty much all active targets, but also on a raid target known as Aganoct. Giant spider at the bottom of Mad Run. Look at those rays. Oh, I love the lighting in this game. I love the lighting in this game. Oh, you weren't watching? Oh, no. That's alright, that's alright. I gotta clip the fight out anyways. I'll clip it out and make it a highlight. Can I make this? Can I make this? I think so. I think so. We're good. Wait a minute. Are we up too far? Just a heads up. Crush's group doesn't have a healer. I don't know if we have a healer to spare, or if we want to split these guys up. Hey, Unborn, what's happening? Is this the way to the raid? This is the third raid. We did 2 earlier. We actually got the world first kill on a mob called Aganoct at the bottom of Mad Run. Alright, who can we get as a healer? Already done. Just got to Throne fast after reaching level 10 with your rogue and Wild's End. Oh, yikes. Yeah, I would take a break too, going from one side of the continent to the other. Unless you got ported over, then that's just the lazy method. I would definitely take a break though. Curse 540. Fire resistance. We are going to be fighting a dragon. You know what? I think we're going to have to carry both shields with us, and we'll just swap when we need them. Got a port just to explore the new area and die without binding. While you were in Wild's End, were you there long enough to do your initial gathering quest to at least get the tools? Because you can't get them over on this side. Started the game last Sunday? Right on. Well, welcome to the game. Hey, B. Fleur, what's happening? Good luck. Thank you. Thank you. It's been a pretty fun night tonight. We got Aganocked earlier. That was a world first. We got congratulated by VR, or by the GMs. So we got that out of the way. We just killed the White Wyvern again for the second time. Killed him yesterday, killed him again today. Now we're going to try for the biggest, baddest dude in the game right now. So, this is the biggest, baddest dude right now that exists. This might not work, but we're going to do it anyways. We all decided we were going to come up here and do it, so we'll see what happens. I'm pretty sure this guy's going to eat us for breakfast, but we're going to see what happens. We've been given the instruction that if the main tank goes down, everybody jumps off the cliff. This is going to be great. I went toe-to-toe with this guy last week, and I survived. I didn't kill him, but I survived. So, for those who are curious, we're about to take on a dragon deity known as Karagos the Watcher. Karagos is a badass. I believe he's part of a council, and I believe he's going to eat us all for breakfast. But we just had a couple of kills tonight that were fantastic, and we're just doing this just because. Alright, here we go. Here we go. There he is. Karagos the Watcher. This dude is a badass. He's gonna murderize us, but that's okay. It's too bad we're doing this at nighttime. It's a little scary, but you guys can't see him clearly. He's blinking. See his eyes? Here we go. Here we go. Unable to perform. I hit him. I hit him. Click me. Don't let me die, bros. What? Bros. Dude. Every person for themselves. Every person for themselves. I swear. I swear. I'm just here. He's gonna come over. Oh no, I might just actually pass out. Yeah. Dude. He ate us for breakfast. They dropped him in the first... Yeah, I saw that. I saw when they dropped him in Avelia. So that boss is apparently level 45, at least. At least 45. The highest level mob in the game right now. That was fun. That was fun. I love doing the raiding. So, let's see how much killed us. Incoming, damage, self. Karagos dealt 1,036 damage with tail swipe. We mitigated 169 of it. And that's what killed us. Wait, that means we weren't at full health when we ran in there. Right? Don't we have 1,073? I thought we had 1,073 hit points, fully buffed. Okay, so that could have been avoided. That was tail swipe. That means I wasn't standing directly under, like, belly caster. So tail swipe got me. Crush is running his way to Throne fast. Am I running in the right direction? I can't see the castle. I shouldn't say castle, I can't... Okay, there's a street lamp. Yeah, I can't see the castle. I see the... Okay, you know what? We're just gonna go to the roads. There's the castle. Okay. I keep saying castle. It's the bridge, but you know what I mean. Hey, Tisme, I missed it. Was that a no chance, or was it just a misplaced raid group? No, that was no chance. That dragon is way too tough. Why am I stuck? That was weird. Yeah, that was no chance. We're just gonna recover our bodies and carry on. Oh, okay, you caught it after the damage, yeah. Now, that could have been that nobody was in place, because the main tank had run in, and there were still probably 6 to 8 seconds before I even got there, and I was only the third or fourth person there, I believe. I believe everybody else was still behind me running forward. Krushnek could use a summon also. But at least you guys know what type of damage is incoming, what to expect. Yes. Well, so the dragon is similar to the wyvern. We've already killed the wyvern twice now. And we actually killed Aganoct about an hour ago. So we're the first guild across all servers across the world to have everything killed. Specifically Aganoct. So we were just going for the dragon just for craps and giggles. We had a sneaking suspicion that the dragon was going to eat us for breakfast. We weren't going expecting to kill it, but we were going to do it anyways because we just got the world first on stuff, so why not? That's really what it comes down to. I thought he died months ago. Karagos? No, nobody's killed Karagos. An earlier version of Aganoct may have died during seasons? Maybe? Aganoct, I think we had 3 groups with us. I believe there were 3 groups of us there. Yeah, so my understanding is, and I don't know a whole lot, but apparently that individual and their guild, I guess, were... I don't know, there's some kind of drama between this guild on this server and them over there. And a couple people here are under the impression that, you know, people were complaining because they weren't as far ahead as we were. And then we pretty much went and world first at everything. So they couldn't do it. That's my understanding. That's all I know. Don't shoot the messenger. I don't know the facts. Where are you guys summoning and rezzing at? Wizard Port is up here, right? I gotta find the guild so I can get... Where am I going? Alright, so you come out there. Wizard Portal is up there? It's over here, right? It's over here. Could Krushnek get a summon? This was a lot of fun tonight. Thank you. This was fun tonight, man. I'm so glad we got Aganocked. That was fantastic. I've been doing a bit of that in chat. I've been letting my stream know. They can go back and tell their people on their own respective servers and whatnot. Any good drops? Yes, Unborn. We had a really awesome Rogue Dagger drop off Aganocked. Let me get you the stats. Hang on a second. Where? Right there. So it's called the Fang of Aganocked. It's a one-hand dagger, 2.2 delay, 12 physical damage, +2 to strength, +3 to dexterity, +3 to poison resistance, +18 to hit rating, and +18 to haste. It also procs something called miasmic shock, whatever that does. It's a world first. We have the first rogue, at least in early access, with that weapon. Now, we found out also that unfortunately the dagger is the only drop on Aganocked right now. But a couple of our guildies were in comms with VR, and they're looking at redoing or going over Aganocked's whole kit and reworking it. So there will be more loot available on Aganocked, but for right now it's just the dagger. Which probably makes sense. I mean, they're probably not looking to have all their big targets fully outfitted with loot, but they probably do want like a signature piece, so there's a reason it's called the Fang of Aganocked, because obviously it would be something off of the spider. Okay. Just zone over to AVP. I gotta pick Dracelyn up. What I can do is I can go in and cut that out. Like I do highlights on the Twitch stream. Like I highlighted the Wyvern fight from yesterday. So that's on the channel. And then what I can do is I can go to YouTube and then go into the editor and try and cut that out as a separate clip. All my streams go to YouTube anyway, so when I'm done at the end of the night, everything uploads to YouTube and Twitch at the same time. Dude, the way the light hits you from inside those caves, like when we were exiting from killing the Wyvern, the way the brightness at the mouth was before you stepped out, I felt like it was almost like you were in a cave or in your basement with no lights on, and then you went outside for the first time in the day. The lighting is just fantastic. Okay, we're throwing a group together to try and get Chadrick 30. He's close. He only needs a few bubbles. Yeah, it makes it easier for us to be up here as opposed to two groups talking over each other. So I'm thinking our best bet to get you 30 would probably be to kill the Bloodsworn in front of Oosh. So the Oosh camp would probably be, unless you guys have a better suggestion, that's the only thing I can think of. Well, the War Chief mobs are going to be 27, 20, anywhere from 26 to 27 or 26 to 28. The Bloodsworn are 29, and that's closer to you, so you want Dark Blues or Even Con. So the Bloodsworn's going to be the best camp. Oh, there's also the Wyvern Cave. Yeah, that's an option too. We need more people, though. I'm looking. I think they're caught up in a couple other games. They're genuinely waiting for the tier 3 content. They don't want to skyrocket, to 40 or get any higher and then have content come in that they're over leveled for. I totally get it. Right. Let me see who else is available. Oh, there's like nobody. There is nobody. He's in Silent Plains. The other option, I'm not having much luck finding others, but if we can't find others, the other option would be Silent Plains. We could run around killing the dogs and whatnot there. They're level 30, I believe. 30, 31? No, they aren't elite, and they're spread out. So we'd have to kill more of them, but it would be steady progress as opposed to waiting to try and find 3 more people. Because I've been looking for the past 10 minutes and I can't find anybody. Yeah. Just send him a tell and say, hey, any chance you're LFG? And see what happens. Anybody on the server around level 30 looking for group? I really enjoy the lighting in this game. Yes, the lighting is phenomenal. And the update they did today to fix... It looks like they fixed... I mean, that would work. Elements at the chief? That'd be weird for him. Isn't he like 31? Who does? Tell just some to let me know when he's in AVP. Hey, Daitoru. Yes, there's actually a group up there already. I would have run us there if not for the other group being there, but there's already a group up there. Okay, why don't we start our run over to Hangor? Therian sent me a tell. I haven't heard from just some yet. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I just remembered that. Oh, we're all here. Okay. Gotcha. Okay, we got DPS, we got heals, we have utility. We have some CC if needed. I did. I'm keeping them because one is curse resistance and one is fire, so I'm going to keep them for certain situations. You should do the same. Never mind the other stats that's on it. Keep them for the resists. I'm some glad they put darkness back in. The way it is like dangerous. Oh, I was not digging it. I was not digging it. Now I'm digging it. I just complain about it. I don't know what that is. Is that a ring? No, I'm good. I got the ring from the boss at Manor, and I've got the ring from Halnir's. No, it's a giant orc. It's a newer name that they added. The top of the left part of the manor, you clear those trash mobs until he spawns. He's an ogre. And then when you kill him, he has a chance to drop a ring called the Band of Battle. No, it's, wait, yes, I believe so. Yes, you can. Am I running the right way? I think I am, right? Yeah. Okay, so there's those three guys. And the ramp should be up here. Did just get back to you and let you know if they were on their way over? Okay. You played Warrior Ogre to level 60 in EQ1? Right on. His name was Trencher? Cool. Yeah, we spent, I spent the better part of the last decade streaming EverQuest. And I was, we were on 6 of the 7 progression servers. I was Warrior, Shaman, Shaman? I think? This is my 4th Warrior in Pantheon. So I'm well versed with the Warrior. Or at least I like to think I'm well versed with the Warrior. I've dabbled with the Paladin and the Dire Lord. I do plan on leveling up the Paladin and the Dire Lord just so I have all the tank information. That way, if anybody asks me, you know, closer to launch, what my opinion is on the tanks and, you know, whether or not somebody wants to play one or the other, I'd like to be able to have all the information. I'm not in a rush to get to level 40. The content's not really there. I mean, I'm not saying I'm going to take forever to get there, but I'm not in a rush. I need more tier 3 content. A number of us are looking forward to Black Rose Keep. We're hoping Black Rose Keep has some 30s content. We don't really know. I would think it would. The Bloodsworn. Same thing I said earlier, yeah. Well, gotcha. Yeah. We'll climb all the way up and around. The only place we can go with this group to get you experience is Bloodsworn. The other camps won't get you any experience. Or I should say, the other camps won't get you decent experience. We'll wait for everybody else to get here. Oh yeah, right. Yeah, good idea. That's a good idea. We don't need curse or fire for up here. Oh, Elemental, are you in chat? We're trying to get some XP for chat so we can get 30, so we started a group, myself and Dracelin. We don't need the XP, we're just here to get XP for chat. If you're close to 30 and you want in, we got a spot. Yeah. You're 31. Just be forewarned, you might not get, you're gonna be like myself and Dracelin. We're not gonna get the best experience, but I'll definitely get you in. Oh, you're not in zone. Let me know when you're in zone. Okay. Okay, we got DPS, we got utility, we got CC, we got heals, we got a tank. Perfect. Perfect. We got a solid group here. Man, I'm still stoked we got Aganoct, man. That's fantastic. World first early access. First guild there. Fantastic. I'm not happy that the dragon ate us for breakfast, but that's okay. We'll get our time. I missed it. Were you streaming? Oh, I stream all the time, Elemental. So yes, it was on stream. If you want to catch it, you can always wait for the VOD to be posted after I sign off tonight. and then go in about, let's say about an hour and a half. Maybe an hour. You know what? Go an hour in, and you should be able to see us in Mad Run. Chad and I were able to finish the shield quest, which is fantastic. Gave us our new shields. I'm interested to see what the proc is on the shield. It says it triggers a special effect whenever we're struck in combat. I don't know if it's a damage shield or what it is. What's that? Oh, gotcha. Yeah, they were watching my stream and they were wondering what we were up to. So I was like, well, we're just going to get some experience. We got 5 spots. If you want to come along, come along. So here they are. What was the dagger? The dagger was the Fang of Aganoct. And if you're in Guild Discord, you can scroll down to the screenshots section, but I'll read it off to you. It's a one-hand dagger, 2.2 delay, 12 damage, 2 to strength, 3 to dexterity, 3 to poison resistance, plus 18 to hit rating, plus 18 to haste, and a chance to proc something called Miasmic Shock, whatever that does. I assume it's a stun, maybe a dot. I have no idea. It went to Dracelyn, actually. The rogue that is in our group. They've got it in their hand right here. That's it right there. Purple dagger. It's the only weapon that has that graphic. So he's got 2 of the best weapons in the game. He's got my spear, and he's got that dagger. There's nothing better for him right now. He's got the 2 best weapons in the game he can have. That are main hand, offhand. What is the spear? The spear is called the Spear of Endless Frost. It's a 13 damage, 2.6 delay, 2 to strength, 1 to agility, 1 to dex, 3 to cold, and procs a cold DD called Frost Slash. It drops off the War Chief in this region, which is called Hangor, which is home to the North Tusks. The North Tusks, I call them Frost Orcs every now and then, but the North Tusks. Not even Shaman? No, not even Shaman. It's interesting because they have a number of rare weapons that drop throughout the game, and they're for specific classes. Now, there are also some unique weapons for one class only. I haven't seen the warrior weapon yet, so I don't know what that is, but I want it, whatever it is. I tell you, man, with the new update and the new lighting, the characters and their armor look fantastic. Everything looks so smooth now. Like these plates actually look like plates that are riveted on. The only thing I don't like now is with the hairstyles, we got some weird funky beard with bones going through it. Is the shield you got from the Mad Run quest? Yes, we just got that this evening. We have a few shields. I have a couple in the bank. The 2 that we have on us now, we've been using the Frost Rim shield, which I'm still going to hold on to because it has fire resistance. So it'll be good for fighting things like cripplings or dragons that are fire-based. Then we also have the Consecrated Shield, which is the Mad Run quest, and that has curse resistance. Not so much a big deal up here where we are, because there's not much content that uses curse-based spells. At least not that I've encountered. But this shield has a proc on it, and I don't know what the proc is. So we're going to be following the combat chat here to see what the shield procs. I'm guessing it's a damage shield. But it could be a buff. I have no idea. Unless somebody in chat knows. No problem. We're all just tucked away here waiting for yous. Nope, we're still at the start. We're just to the side of campfire. I have no idea I don't know what he was talking about. What quest gives you higher resistance? He must have drops. He must have some drops with bonuses on them. Okay, we're all here. Let's climb. Yeah, it's a lighting thing that happens. I think it has something to do with the zone wall behind it. It's not letting you climb. You mean your climbing skill's not high enough? Just? Okay, hang on a second. Nope. Oh, I think I see him. Yeah, he made it up. Yeah, right here is the lighting. Whatever's going on here, I don't know if it's the tree with the zone wall, but something changes the lighting here, as you can see. This is the only area where this happens. See? Not sure what's going on there. Yeah, that could very well be it, Elemental. Now, see, we have our shadows turned up all the way. See this flickering down here? This is what's been happening with Unity 6. With the shadows. If I turn my shadows down, this will go away. But I'm not worried about it. So you can see it over here and over here. You can see it over here and then up here and over here as well. And then all along the mountain here. It's a work in progress. I just refuse to turn my shadows down. Alright, when we all get to me, we'll drop down from here. Okay, looks like we're all here. We can drop down. We'll have to clear these boars. Now, I believe we're probably going to lose aggro to the rogue a few times because I'm going to try and buff his DPS, where he's got the new dagger. Now we have 31, 27, 30, 31, 29. Hey, Conan, what's happening? How you doing? Thanks for using your Prime Gaming sub on the channel, man. Good job dodging those ads. I know they can be a nuisance. Long walk, buddy. Long walk. Long walk. Long walk. God, where'd they all come from? Yeah, get up if you can. So, that was out of our control. I'll explain in a second. So, that was out of our control. What happened was, when you aggro the Bloodsworn have a chance to open with Furious Rush. That's that ability where they dash around. They target everything that's not an orc. So when he opened his dash, he dashed to the spider, aggroed the spider aggroed the other orc, and the orcs came with the spiders to us. Yeah, climb there and get off there, and then you may have to relog if you're in combat. There was nothing we could have done there. That was horrible. I believe so, Unborn, because of the proc. I don't think Fellspike has a proc. I think Fellspike is just damage. I could be wrong, though. Let me ask and see if... Yep. Yeah, that's the problem with the Bloodsworn, is when they open with Furious Rush, if they target a spider, there's a chance they bring the other orc. If it just would have been the one orc with the two spiders, we would have been fine. But when you got both Bloodsworn, that's 2 chances for Flurry or Ravage, 2 chances for the port where they jump around the screen, and it makes it very difficult not only to hold aggro, but to remember which direction they're facing when they stop, because you might think you're safe from the Flurry, and then they teleport to you, and all of a sudden you're in the path when they go ahead and do it. It's a nuisance. Mechanics, man, mechanics. There's a few other cool mechanics in this game. I'm not going to say what they are or where they're located. But there are some very cool mechanics. This is not a cool mechanic, but there are some cool mechanics with enemies in this game that aren't blatantly visible. That was just bad luck. That was bad luck. I was expecting that orc to just run at us. I love my cat. I love my cat, Princess. Hey Denzi, what's going on? Dude, we got world first tonight. We killed Aganoct at the bottom of Mad Run. So we've killed, I think, everything. Except the dragon. So we'll probably just go in the Watcher Cave then. I believe the door here was light blue to me at 32. I mean, I'm not here personally for the experience. There's not really anything here except for the Oosh camp that would give me solid XP. But for everybody else, it should be, I would think, dark blue. No. The only other option would be to go to Wild's End and run around the bog, and that's more running than camping. We have a Bloodsworn right here at the safe spot, too, once we're all ready. It looks like he's just stuck there. Crush died. But Ziff was here, so Ziff was able to res. Elemental died. Big congrats. Thanks, Denzi. Ah, Conan, you found the chat. Fantastic. Is Elemental all the way up there, Dracelyn? Oh, you are all the way up there. Okay, so I guess he is all the way up there. I don't think I can bring it. Can you bring a corpse down to the Z-axis? Oh, that didn't work. Let's try this again. Oh, we have it down here. Perfect. It's down here. Okay, am I going to be okay to pull this first orc? Hey, Mikhail, what's happening? Over here in TF slaying some spiders? Gotcha. What food am I using? We have a few. We have movement speed, we have endurance, we have block and parry, we have frigid environment resist and frigid environment resist. Okay, let's go ahead and kill this orc. Watch for flurry, guys. Get behind them. Bum, bum, bum. What does this orc con you guys? Not Dracelyn or myself, but those of you that are 30 or lower. So either of these camps will work then. How rude of that snake. We got a snake and an orc coming out. Get the snake first. Haven't gotten the frigid food yet. The frigid food can actually drop off these guys up here while you're crawling around. Apparently these orcs eat it as well. Boars are respawned. How you guys in chat doing? What's going on? What are you guys up to? Anybody also crawling anything in Pantheon? Or are you working on anything? Just chilling? $35. Man, that's high. So that dagger that the rogue got tonight, it's got a really high proc on it. That's insane that it's proccing for 35 damage. I'm lucky if Frost Lash here procs for higher than 24. I wonder if it scales with dexterity. What's your dexterity currently? Do you have anything to get it high? Well, I mean, I guess you could probably unequip stuff to make it lower. You should, I mean, you don't have to, but you should play around with your dexterity by a point or two and see if it affects the average damage of the proc. I'm guessing it must scale off of dexterity. I know the spear does. The problem is my dexterity is only 14. Let me see if they left anything up in here. Do not engage yet until we see what comes out the door. Looks like I just got one. Get behind him. That was close. Doing some leveling, almost 11. Any recommendations on a good solo spot that's relatively safe at 11? Solo spot. What class again, Denzi? Enchanter. Level 11 can be tough solo. You're not quite ready to get into a mana group because of the resists. You can't solo spiders because they're technically undercons. Level 11. Maybe the Thicket Panthers in AVP. So you zone over into AVP, you start running towards Demeth. About 30 seconds up the road, you hang a right and step out into the grass, and you should start seeing these panthers. I believe they're around level 9 to level 11. They are not group mobs. I would definitely try and pull where it's safe, and then work on them, see if you can get them down. But the best suggestion I can come up with right now is panthers. Oh, we have to go too far in for trash here. It's not worth it unless we crawl in here. No problem. I can't promise it's going to be smooth for you, but just make sure you give yourself enough room. You're going to need to move around. You know what? We're going to pull this guy just because he's going to be a nuisance. I'm only pulling the spider because he's going to be a nuisance. So, right now, we have two choices. We either sit out here and wait for the guys to spawn to our right here by this bridge going into the main building, or we start to crawl in through the Watcher Cave. There aren't any mobs close enough to pull them out. We'll have to crawl in. We have to go at least 2 hallways to find mobs. What do you guys want to do? Not really, no. The stuff's going to be 27 to 29, I think, or 27 to 28. All right, let's go into the cave. You're correct, Draceland. We wouldn't stand a chance against Oosh. Yeah, half the group is way too low for Oosh. Boars and Boar Alley. I don't know if I would do Boars and Boar Alley at level 11. The Boars and Boar Alley tend to dry up around level 9. I mean, you could get 10 out of it. I don't know if I'd stay till 11. Although, if the Panthers prove to be a little difficult, Boar Alley would be an option to squeeze out 11. Finding a solid group is tough. Finding a solid group can be difficult. Thankfully, I used my leveling in here to make a lot of friends. I didn't just stick to... Like, I wasn't in Vanguard in the beginning. I only came to Vanguard like a week and a half ago, I think. And really, the only reason I came to Vanguard is because when I started grouping at the beginning of Early Access, everybody that I made friends with was already in Vanguard. So I was like, whatever. Let's go ahead and do it. But I was able to make friends, a whole lot of friends, across all sorts of different guilds. So when I log in, I don't go to a static group. I don't build static groups. I don't like static groups. Static groups create a reliance or a dependence. Not a fan. So when I jump in, I have all sorts of people to pull from. If so-and-so's not on, I look for so-and-so. If so-and-so's not on, I look for so-and-so. I have a lot of so-and-so's. And they seem to like hanging out with me, so that makes it all the better. So all I can tell you is be your best self. Remember, it's not just your time in this game, it's 5 other individuals. And this isn't a finished game, so you're all pretty much playing with fire. No, come to me. Excuse me. After this guy, we're gonna move in. What server do you all play on? I'm on Lucent Tree. Huh. This guy's green. Okay, let's move all the way over to me. We'll stay here for a couple of pulls. No, did I lose my... Oh, you're right, I lost my beard. I guess so. Yeah, I had that weird-ass beard with the bones going through it. Now I don't have it anymore. I don't remember. Yeah, I'm putting down my melee banner as well to help boost their damage. It's been a long time since I've had two rogues in a group. It's nice. I used to run with them all the time in the beginning of early access. Up like the first 20 levels, I always had at least one rogue in my group. Then once I hit like 23 or 24 and we started doing ghosts, the rogues all disappeared for the most part. Hey, Arc Convoker, any recommendations on a class that can solo 1 to 40 decently? 1 to 40? No. 1 to 30? I guess you could go Necromancer or Shaman, I would say. Necromancer or Shaman would be a good bet. It'll take you a minute, but it's possible. But that's what my suggestion would be. Not just yet, after this next pull. Oh, Summoner. Yeah, Summoner as well. I was trying to get I was trying to get a good ID on the next hallway because I didn't know where everything was spawning, and I didn't want to move the group in, pull one orc, and that orc pull a friend. I'm not familiar with these caves. I only ever run in here whenever we come after the wyvern. Everybody can come into me. There's a little intersection here. We're going to go right, and then we'll come back out and continue south. I will say this, you may see a couple of other streamers or influencers out there playing the game, and it may look like they're soloing, but pay attention to the fact that they have buffs on when they go out there. So, if somebody says, oh, you could do a warrior for soloing. No, you can't. Don't even bother. Don't even bother. I know there's been a couple of clerics who've been able to level pretty consistently up to their 30s, if not 40. So you could always look at a cleric as well. But, honest opinion, your best bet is Necromancer, Shaman, and Summoner. But you're also going to want to stop by town and ask if anybody has any buffs and get buffed. I mean, if you have something like a pocket cleric, or a cleric who can, you know, come to you at your beck and call, the cleric ability, what's it called? I forget what it's called. It's the little blue sword icon that acts as like a life tap, or every time you swing and hit something, you gain health. That's a bit of a cheat when it comes to soloing. Did that spider really investigate me? Oh, it's green. Interesting. Hopefully they beef up the Necro. I know we're a long way from Bard, but I'm looking forward to seeing how they're implemented. I didn't play EQ, so I'm familiar with them. Gotcha. Well, my understanding is the way they plan on utilizing a Bard, the Bard's going to be able to wear plate armor, which is interesting, because the Bard, I believe, is not a tank. The Bard will be utility. The interesting thing is they've talked about the bard's songs being components, meaning that the bard can collect a collection of song types and then kind of connect different songs together in order to create various buffs. So that will be it's intriguing in practice, and it'll be interesting to see if that's how they play it out. I mean, if they pull it off like that, it'll be pretty interesting because it'll be the first time it's ever been done. Normally in EQ, back in the beginning, bards had to twist songs together. There's a lot of button pressing, which means there was very little movement or mobility and a whole lot of 1, 1, 1, 2, 3, 1, 4, 1, 2, 3, whatever. So if they can set it up so that a bard can socket parts of different songs together, then, you know, maybe they can do a song that not only buffs run speed, but also increases harvesting speed, or buffs strength by 1, and also buffs hit point regen by 1, or something. Is this the Wyvern Cave? Oh, nope, we're outside, I think. Probably gonna have 2 here. These guys are actually dark blue to me as well, so I didn't realize they went up that high this far in. I might get some okay experience after all. We can get more of these dark blues. I mean, I'm down 2.5% at the moment. Just because the dragon ate us for breakfast. But this camp is nice. A lot of level 29 watchers. That's good to know. I mean, if we just moved into an area where there's going to be 29 level 29 watchers, this is going to be great for the whole group. No, there's no flurries you have to worry about. Oh, we're outside now. I have no idea what you're talking about. Oh, is that here? I don't know if it's in this area. He's by the frozen river. Because there's the wall there. That's inside Hangor. There's another cave of watchers. Can't remember how to get there. But it's all watchers and it's a giant cave. I do not know. I don't know my way around wherever we are right now. I only know my way around from inside. I haven't spent a lot of time in these caves. These are all light blue, too. Everybody back up a bit. Long walk, long walk, long walk, long walk, long walk. That's not long enough. It's going to aggro the seer. Yeah. Okay, we're going to get 2 on this pull. What I would like the mezzing to do is to mezz the seer when I pull. Where are the traps? Right there. Okay, I see the trap. We just need 1 trap. What I'm going to do is I'm going to have 1 investigate, and then when he returns, I'm going to pull the other 2. So whichever ones get stuck, they get stuck, but we're going to have 2 anyways. This will be interesting. We might have 1. Turn around, turn around. I'm a genius. We have a spider that added. Okay, for the seer, we need to interrupt. Fire, fire, fire. Shit. White wind. Hey, Pancakes. Was Agonaut killed by Zayden Crow already? No, we got it. We got it earlier this evening. They might have killed an earlier version during Seasons, but not during Early Access. Back in the cave we just came from? There's this chamber here, but there's only 3 or 4 mobs here. You got a third in the back. Switching back to EQ beta. So I have a big history with what I labeled the McQuaidverse. So Brad McQuaid was part of EverQuest, he was part of Vanguard Saga of Heroes, and he was part of Pantheon. I was actually the in-game warrior class lead during Vanguard Saga of Heroes, so I actually helped Sigil Games build the warrior and the game, which was pretty awesome at the time. Vanguard was going to be my Pantheon, but then of course, Vanguard, well, that's a story for another day, I've told it 1,000 times. But then Pantheon came out and I thought, okay, this sounds like a cool game. I saw his name and I'm like, oh my god, am I gonna go through this again? Sure enough, I went through it again. There's a snake here as well. I have it taunted, but I'll lose it. You tried Vanguard, but never really got into it. Vanguard would have been so without going into my usual spiels that takes 2 hours to explain 5 minutes, I'll say this. When Vanguard launched, it was quote-unquote broken. The majority of players that came to the game had realized it was as broken as it was. They never got around to fixing the majority of it, so the majority of the player base stopped playing after X number of months. Only the real faithfuls stayed with the game. The problem was, a little over a month before the beta development was done, the game was flawless. Everything worked. I had a level 50 adventurer, level 50 diplomat, level 50 crafter. The problem was they implemented a patch to the game towards the end of the beta that broke a lot of stuff. We begged and pleaded, and I used to get in arguments with Brad and I want to say the Blood Mage class lead on MSN Messenger because they wouldn't listen to us. There were 36 of us in the beta, or 35? 36 of us in the beta. And we all pleaded for them to roll back to the earlier build of the game, work on whatever the frig broke the game, and then bring it out months after the game launched. They went at us for a week and they said, we know what we're doing, everything's fine, we have plenty of time. So beta ended, They didn't have plenty of time. They didn't fix it. They didn't roll it back. The game was packaged as is, and it came out broken. They thought players would stay around. Players would not stay around. So the game unfortunately failed. But it was because they didn't listen to us. That's the brass tacks. Vanguard was going to be the next Pantheon. Vanguard was amazing. Oh my goodness, it was phenomenal. But like I said, they broke it. So you're saying this is the room like we should pretty much pull to? Snake ad. I don't have the taunts to constantly lock down multiple mobs, by the way, so if we get ads, we should try and get them handled. I can taunt off an ad, but then I lose my taunt for 20 seconds on the primary target, and then if I lose aggro there, it can get messy. Snakes don't have many hit points anyways, so while we're in here, if they do add, just everybody jump off on the snake. Doesn't matter who gets aggro, just kill it. Hey Yukator, I didn't play a ton, but the Disciple was one of my favorite classes. Dude, the Disciple and the Blood Mage. The Blood Mage was arguably the most unique class I think I've seen in 3 decades of being online. The way they utilized their own hit points and the enemy's hit points was phenomenal. The problem was they had it way overtuned. The Blood Mage was the most overpowered class. I specifically got into multiple arguments on MSN Messenger with the Blood Mage class lead because I kept telling them I should not be able to roll a Blood Mage and go out and solo group content. I would go find the elite stuff and solo it as a Blood Mage because Blood Mage couldn't die. And the Blood Mage class lead was like, oh, the Blood Mage is exactly where it needs to be and blah 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 blah, and I'm like, this isn't normal, this isn't right. Anyways, whatever, that's neither here nor there. That was a long time ago. But the Blood Mage was pretty cool. Too bad it was a pretty epic world. I just remember it being epic. So, the thing with Vanguard. Vanguard was the first MMORPG that advertised or taunted a seamless world. No zone lines, no instances. Wherever you could see, you could run. And I remember jumping in the first day of beta. There were pretty much no creatures, next to no NPCs. It was just buildings and environment. And I remember standing in front of the first town and looking out probably, I don't know, miles and miles away, and I saw a mountain peak, and I said, I'm going to test this theory. I'm going to run to that mountain. I spent 23 minutes or 24 minutes running in that direction, and I reached the mountain that I was looking at. And I sat back and I went, holy crap, we're going to have a game where you can travel anywhere all the time with no zone lines. This is absolutely fantastic, and that's the way the game was. But Vanguard was the first game to tout that. That was one of the big selling points. Sorry, was that directed at me? What were you asking? Oh, good point. Hang on a second. Says here, So the shield is called the Consecrated Shield, and it says Krushnek dealt 12 divine damage to North Tusk Bonebreaker with Consecration. So unless you have a spell called Consecration that you're putting on me, I would say Consecration is a damage proc. So we're bouncing damage back at the mob. Well, it said 12 for that one. There's not much here for spawns. We have 2. I'm on the Watcher. Oh, never mind. Switching to the Bone... Oh, I just woke up the Watcher. Never been a healer main, but DPS healers is just awesome. The Disciple and the Chronomancer and Rift were both awesome. Yes, they were. Oh god, Rift. I miss Rift. I remember Rift. Rift was a lot of fun. My problem, if I'm not mistaken, my problem was the end game to Rift got boring. I'm pretty sure after 2 or 3 months of the end game content, I think myself and 2 of my real life buddies gave up playing because it was getting boring, I think. Hey, Paper, what's happening? How you doing, man? Hope the raid is going well. We raided earlier. We actually got the world first early access kill of Aganoct. That's the spider in Mad Run, so that was pretty cool. Chadrick and I got our map fragment shield quest done, so we both got the consecrated shield out of the way. And that's about it. Now I'm just helping Chadrick get 30. We got a couple other people in the group that are a level or 2 lower and could use the XP. It's not so much for me. I probably should change the title of the stream at this point because we're not really raiding anymore. And then we killed the Wyvern, or Wyvern, earlier as well. And then we went to pull the dragon, and the dragon ate us for breakfast. It wasn't a very long conversation with the dragon. Dragon was like, "Oh, hello, peons. I guess I could eat something. You will do just fine." I mean, truth be told, I think a number of us got hit by the tail ability. We weren't standing in the right place at the right time. How are you, man? What's going on? Tell Chad I said hello. I will do so. He's talking at the moment. He's doing a lot of it. You know how he is. What is the shield quest? The shield quest is part of the map fragment quest. It's a quest line that starts with the treasure hunter. The treasure hunter is located inside the tavern. Pick up all his quests, start working on those, and then you'll unlock the map quest. Now, I believe with the map quest as well, I believe if you're a caster, I don't think the reward is the shield. I think the reward is a staff, if I'm not mistaken. But I don't know anything about it. I know the cleric and the warrior get the shield. Well, who can use the shield? Whoever can use it. Warrior, cleric, paladin. You don't find the fox fur brush. You actually craft it. It's a recipe that you pick up from the first dude by the well, and then you use the table over by the armor smith. Yeah, the most important part there with the brush, you need to go... God, are you familiar with Thronefast, Rex? If you're familiar with Thronefast, you need to run all the way out to Boar Alley, where the wizard portal is, and to the other side of the wizard portal, not Boar Alley side, but the other side, there's going to be a little area where there are foxes. There are little foxes, and then there's one regular fox. I think it's an adult fox or a mature fox. You have to kill that and hope to get the tail off of them. The other option is, you could zone from Avelia over to the mage starting area, that little teleport that takes you over by the trainers. You could run up and around the back of the island, and you could find foxes back there as well, and I believe you may find 2 adult fox spawns that you could kill as well to try and get their tail. But the little foxes won't give you the update. You have to get it from the adult foxes. It's like the rat tail quest. If you get the rat tail quest as well from Lendl, the rats that you have to kill, I believe, are the large rats, not the regular rats. I think. To get to the chest in Mad Run, you're gonna get aggro at 31. Some of the spiders in that whole hallway spawn at 29, so 29 will aggro 31. People will tell you that once you get 32, you can run all the way through there. No, you can't. There's a chance that 1 or 2 of them will spawn at green, and you have to be careful. So con everything when you go there. I don't think these guys drop any armor, do they? Yes. We had some people who were speaking with VR this evening after we did the kill. They're going to revisit Aganoct and populate more stuff to it, but also rework the encounter. But tonight was, I mean, for early access, Agonok was killed during seasons, but hasn't been killed during early access until we did it this evening. So it was a world first, and Dracelyn is the only person in the game right now that has that dagger, across all servers. World first. Yeah, term world first incorporates all servers. He's probably been up for a very long time because nobody would have killed him yet. So he's probably been up the whole, like, he's probably been up for the last month. Don't know. I mean, in consideration, you could go back down there and sit and wait, but I'm sure a target like that, you're probably looking at hours. That's so sick. That's so sick. What's so sick? Oh, the world first tonight. Yeah. I'm gonna clip it out and make it a highlight. I made a highlight for the Wyvern. I'm gonna say Wyvern. I've always said Wyvern. I've never said Wyvern. So for the Wyvern, we made a highlight for, or I made a highlight for yesterday. Here, let me see here. There. We weren't sure we were going to be able to kill Agonok. We thought he was going to be more of a challenge. Huh. The spider's green. I wonder if... Could that spider be a placeholder? That's the only spider that's green. That's the third time it's spawned green. Everybody else has spawned gray. That's weird. How many in a raid? So there's no official raid UI. So there's no UI where you can actually put groups together. But we had 3 groups there. Or 2.5 groups anyways. Oh, I've been linking that into it. Let me see if I can get that in the other channel. You guys can check it out as well. I think that should work. Oops. That's not gonna work. There. That should work. There are spiders that are green to you roaming randomly through Hangor 32? Really? Interesting. The patch today, Paper, I don't know if you've been in-game yet or loaded the client. But the patch they put in today fixed a lot of the lighting issues. The game looks really good. Really good. Oh yeah, this one spawned green too. I am. Is that a schematic? I would gladly take it. I only have 2 tier 3 recipes. I have a hammer and I have a maul, and that's it. 66, look at that. Fantastic. What can I get rid of? 30, good enough. Simple, gone. Adept's Battle Knuckles, we'll have to look at that. Ah, gotcha paper, gotcha. Why am I hearing an orc? There's no orc over here. Is that just environment? What are you doing here? Oh, even you're green. Interesting. The orc is probably... Oh, right. It's probably above us. Everybody come up here by me for a minute. I gotta take a quick AFK. I'll be like 3-4 minutes. Alright, stream. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Oh, look at that. Wait, there's no opening there. Where's that light coming from? That's weird. There should be a hole there. Interesting. This guy spawned a dark blue. Okay, we might have to bring this to people's attention. If there's going to be god rays coming in through the caves, there needs to be openings for the light to come in. It's ridiculous. This light's coming through the ceiling. Excuse me. I only really spend maybe 3 to 5 hours on a good night, you know? Almost every night. But it's not like 8 hours or 10 hours or 12 hours like a number of people, you know, high level have done. And I still managed to make 32 2 months in. Yeah, but a lot of nights it takes an hour to an hour and a half to put a group together, so you gotta subtract that from the 3 to 5 hours. So technically, I play less than that. Yeah, but my point is more or less you don't have to play 12 hours a day to get to where I am. You don't. So, for people that might say, oh, you gotta put too much time in the game, no you don't. You just have to be social, which is how this game is designed. Social. If you're not social, it's gonna take you 12 years to get wherever you're gonna go, period, no discussion. So if you're not willing to put the effort in, you're not gonna get the effort back. It's not gonna happen. Definitely. You guys don't want my opinion on soloing, that's for sure. Yeah, but think about it. You log in for an hour and a half, or even an hour, you don't have a lot to do. I promise you, you're not going to solo a whole lot of content in an hour or an hour and a half between sitting down, medding, regenning, running. It's not gonna be a thing. You're gonna need clerics buffing you when you log in, shamans buffing you so that you're quote-unquote overpowered. That's not soloing. Soloing is not jumping in, getting all buffed up, and then going out in the field. That's being assisted. Soloing is jumping in and playing your class, just your class, nothing extra. That's difficult. Right. But my main thing with the whole soloing thing, specifically with Pantheon, no other game. We're not going to bring any other game into this, but it's this. This game is being designed in a group fashion so that you get group rewards, putting group time. If you're coming into a game that you might like or love, and you're soloing in a game that's built on grouping, maybe you should find a game where soloing is more advantageous, because this game is not that. Now, it's not a popular opinion, and I'm not going to debate it, but that's just my opinion on the whole soloing with this game. I have the opinion nobody likes. That's what I have. I have the opinion nobody likes. Every time I say my opinion, I get 12 people speaking up about they should be able to solo just as well as a group. No. Don't be dumb. Holy Toledo. Don't be dumb. I mean, you want a solo game for gear and stats and skills and experience? Pick up Diablo. Pick up Path of Exile. Pick up Grim Dawn. I mean, I'm not saying that you shouldn't be able to solo in this game. It's not what I'm saying. But I'm saying that there's never a situation where you feel as rewarded solo as you would in a group. And again, that would circle back to you should probably look at a different game. But like I said, most people don't like that opinion. They try and combat it. You're not going to change my mind. This is specific. This has always been a social MMO. For the last 11 years. Social MMO. It's never changed. It's always been social MMO. Social is not solo, period. There's a few extra letters. What is going on here? What is happening? How am I... Every time I approach this slaver, he's running away. What is going on? Anybody know? Every time I hit him, he moves forward. Look. Look, he keeps going. He's got no abilities on him. I don't have anything that fears him. What is going on here? Oh no, I came back to camp. Imagine wanting to solo in a massively multiplayer... Yes, paper. Yes, paper. Yes, exactly. And I'm sorry if I offend people with my opinion, but that's my honest opinion. I'm not trolling. But it's justified based on the game's development. This is not a solo experience, period. I mean, you can't even solo the best stuff in World of Warcraft. You can't solo the best stuff in EverQuest. You can't solo the best stuff in Black Desert Online. You can't solo the best stuff in ESO. You can't solo the best stuff in Guild Wars 2. You can't solo the best stuff in any MMORPG in existence. Prove me wrong right now. Give me a game. Give me an MMORPG right now where you can get all the good stuff solo just like you can in a group. You cannot. The only game I can think of where that would be possible was a game that was out about 20 years ago called Horizons. Not many people played it, but that game was solely based off of crafting your rewards. So you could craft gear that you had solo farmed the components for, just like you could with a group. But Horizons wasn't around very long. That's the only game. And I understand individuals' opinions and reasoning, like Joppa's, for those who are familiar with Joppa. He has stated that he's not happy with the way the solo progression is, and he would like it to be better, or more amiable. We're going to disagree on that, period. Because that's not how this game should be. It's just not. It's a social experience. It's a social time sink. It's social. Solo is not social. Never has been, never will be. I got 2 coming in. I'm on a watcher right now. I understand some people have a desire for that. There's a handful of very popular animes that are based around being a solo player in an MMO. But that's kind of like the power fantasy of being a lone wolf in a... Yeah. That's definitely a way to look at a paper. That lone wolf mentality. just because you don't have the same time as a lot of players, you feel like you still should be able to get whatever you can get that would be amenable to group content. That's not the case. That should never be the case, ever. That's the death of an MMO. Got friends from WoW I still game with over all kinds of games. Yes, yeah, and you know what? They all have their own content. But I'm telling you, there's not a single active MMORPG that allows you to be rewarded the same way solo as with a group. It doesn't exist. So for people to start talking about Pantheon and how they want to be able to solo, grats whomever. Like it's just nonsense. I hate to say it, because if you don't have time for the game, obviously, you know, you just don't have time for the game. Play devil's advocate, you could solo to max level in a lot of MMOs, like WoW. You solo to max level, yes, but not be rewarded in the same. Well, Final Fantasy 14. So Final Fantasy 14 is weird. It's a weird example, and I'll say this: Final Fantasy 14. I could have soloed through Final Fantasy 14, but there's story aspects and then the raids at the end that are group based. But the majority of Final Fantasy 14, you could solo through, I guess. But you wouldn't get the exact same rewards, but they were pretty close. So Final Fantasy XIV would be the exception, I guess. It wouldn't even be the exception, but it would be the closest thing to a solo/group comparison. So if that's more your thing, by all means, play Final Fantasy XIV. It's still active. It's still got a lot of population playing it. You can play all sorts of classes. That would be a better game for soloers to play than Pantheon. Final Fantasy XIV doesn't advertise itself as a social MMORPG. I'm fairly certain if you went to their website right now, you won't find the word social anywheres in the advertising. Not that it's not, but I'm pretty sure you won't find it. In Pantheon, it's all over the place. You go to the Steam page to pick up the game, and it tells you, like in the first paragraph, Pantheon is a social MMORPG. And again, don't get me wrong, I'm not saying it to be trollish. I'm not, but it's my genuine opinion. If I didn't have time for this game, I wouldn't be playing this game. If this was a game that I could solo in, or that I found that a bunch of people were soloing in, I probably wouldn't play it. That's the truth. But that's not what this game is. This game is social. This game is group-based. It is group primarily, period. I feel like some of the people that are talking about solo, whether it's in Joppa stream or in other streams, I feel like they're doing it just to do it. I feel like they have no interest in soloing and they're just bringing it up to try and rile somebody's feathers. I genuinely feel that because I see some people in other locations typing in multiple occasions similar messages. And I get they're just doing it because they're trying to get a rise out of somebody, which is unfortunate. But that happens too. The PvP servers when they come out, or server when it comes out, will be interesting. I don't know if I'll spend any time in it. I might go over for 5 minutes and see what's going on. The only thing we know about the PvP server is it's going to be quote-unquote Wild West rules. Wild West means anything goes. Griefing, all of it. So if you're bound at a bindstone and somebody's chilling at a bindstone waiting to kill you, you're going to die. Whether or not they add any sort of immunity on respawn, I have no idea. But the server is definitely going to be crazy, and it's going to turn a lot of people off. But that's how it's going to be when it launches, is Wild West. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, I believe you're not going to be able to loot off of a person's equipped body, but you will be able to loot from their inventory. I think that's how they're going to have that work. I don't know if it's a single item, I don't know if it's multiple items, I don't know if it's the whole thing. I'm sure they'll save as we get closer to the launch of the PvP server. But they've already said it will be Wild West rules. Wild West means you can whine and complain all you want, nothing's going to change. So be ready. We're talking Dark Age of Camelot, Lineage, Realm versus Realm, no holds barred. Every cheesy thing goes. Hey, the developer dad. Alan Zek from Vanilla to Luceland was the most fun I had in any MMO. Dude, you're talking to someone who just spent the last 10 years streaming EverQuest on 6 of the last 7 progression servers, running Classic to Planes of Power 6 different times, over and over again, with Warrior, Warrior, Shaman, Warrior, Shaman, Shaman. Because I'm an idiot. I'm an addict. I am an addict. I am an absolute addict. I have a problem. I've had people, my guild from EQ, the same guild that I've been in on all 6 servers, has tried to get me back on Teak, which is the current progression server, and I can't go. Because if I go, I'm going to get my fix, and if I get my fix, I'm going to end up in Norath yet again. I need to play this, I need to test this, I need to give input, I need to figure out this, I need to get this to launch. I'm gonna focus on work, keep the stream up. To inflate the numbers, good luck, have it. Thanks, Paper Man. Have a good evening. We'll talk to you next time. Yeah, you might meet people who are fanatics to EQ. You haven't met chill mode, man. You meet a chill moder. We've been running non-stop for the past decade. And this is on top of the fact that I played EQ at launch for a decade. So I have a lot of time in Norath. A lot of time. Too much time, some would say. I have played a lot. You might know people who say they play a lot. They probably haven't played as much as I have. And that's not a brag. That should never be a brag. Nobody should ever use that as a brag or a boast. But that's just where I am. What server? Where? The progression servers or the classic launch, like the original launch? The original launch I was on Sarin. Sarin was my main server. I was on Sarin, Furionavi, Nathaniel Mar, Bertoxilus, and Permafrost. No. Permafrost? Was that EQ2? No, Permafrost was EQ1, right? I don't remember. My main server was Sarin. You were on the Wrath server? What was the Wrath server? What was the rule set for the Wrath server? Was that the European server? Or was that the PvP? I don't remember. There was something with the Wrath server, right? In EQ? It had a rule set, I thought. It was blue. Yeah, I was a cleric back in EQ launch from 99 to, I mean, almost 2009, I want to say. I was a cleric. Then I thought I finally quit EQ. The word quit with EQ and me is vacation. I say I quit EQ, but I didn't. I went on a vacation because I ended up coming back to the game, and then I quit again, and I came back to the game, and then I quit again, and I came back to the game. And I did this because I kept playing every other game out there, and for some reason, it wasn't EQ. And I'm not talking 20 years in the future. I'm talking like the first decade of the game. I was in WoW, Ultima Online, DAOC, Lineage, Arcage, Aeon, Terra, Rift, Star Wars The Old Republic, Star Wars Galaxies, EQ Landmark, what would have been EQ Next, Final Fantasy 11, Final Fantasy 14, all of them. Did he just pass through the rock? Him and that ore node is inside the rock. That's a glitch that probably should be fixed. It was like having an HOA for raid mobs. Loot councils typically are. Now, here's the thing. A lot of people aren't fond of Loot Council, and that's because they believe that they should have an equal right on the loot just like everybody else. I get it. This is a situation when it comes to MMO raiding that you have to respect multiple viewpoints, because Loot Council works. If you're a progression guild and you want to focus solely on progressing, not making it easier for people to play in groups and whatnot, but to actually progress, a Loot Council could be phenomenal. Because you have to, and you guys are going to hate me saying this, but you have to gear your tanks out first. Anything that drops for a tank, say plate armor. Now, we all know a bard can wear it, but tanks should take priority because the stronger you make your tanks when you're progressing, the further in a fight you can go, right? Then you go ahead and boost your healers. Anything wisdom-based, mana-based, heal-based, obviously should go to the healers. Then you fill in the DPS, whether it's ranged, whether it's spell casting, what have you. A lot of people don't like that, but that's the way it is. That's how it comes down to best progression. Now, the people that don't like that want to be able to pick up raid loot on their tune and then be able to use that whenever they're grouping, not necessarily with the raiding. That's not a raid-focused mentality. That's enjoying the game the way I want to enjoy the game mentality, which we all have from time to time. But a Loot Council definitely works fantastic. People that say Loot Councils don't work, it's either because the Loot Council has greedy individuals that outfit themselves. See, here's the thing. Loot Councils should never be the tanks or the healers. Make the Loot Council DPS. Make the DPS officers, make them loot council, have them dish out the loot, and then watch what they do. That's the best option. Because if you make tank roles loot council, or priests or healers loot council, more often than not, you're going to find somebody who's going to be a little greedy towards who gets what loot. But the tanks should always, and this isn't even up for debate, I won't debate it because I've done this for decades, I know how loot councils work. The tanks that raid, the tanks that have the highest attendance, they should always get their appropriate loot first before anybody else, period, in the loot council setting, if you want to progress. You can take it to the bank, I will take it to the grave, you can't tell me otherwise. I've been through it. I've listened to the people get mad about it, I've listened to the people whine and complain about it, I've heard it over and over and over again. There's nothing wrong with loot council with the right setting and the right people, just like there's nothing wrong with DKP. So, people that say DKP is better than loot council, you don't have a progression mentality. People that say loot council is better than DKP, you might be a little more hardcore than most or half of your guild. That's just what it comes down to. Trace the branches to the trunk and that's what you get. Period. That's just common sense. That's not my own opinion. That's just common sense. I've always been somebody who goes with the flow. I don't care if it's DKP, I don't care if it's loot council. What I care about is people showing up to the raids. What I care about is people not making excuses. Like they say they can't make it to a raid. You start raiding and then 20 minutes later or 30 minutes later, they magically log in and want to go off and do something else. Are you kidding me? Then loot drops that they could use and they make the odd comment every now and then to somebody or they start talking to somebody about it. It's like, well, if you showed up to begin with, you wouldn't have this issue. So many people just get their panties in a twist over all aspects of an MMO. Which is funny, because the way I'm talking now, it sounds like I'm getting my panties in a twist over this. I'm not. I'm just explaining. It's just common sense. Loot councils work. DKP works. Hanging out with friends works. Hanging out with people who aren't your friends? That's a different story. And that's for another time. Because everybody likes me. And that's not a brag. Because I have always said for the last, I don't know how many decades, if you don't like me, you better have one hell of a reason. That's all there is to it. Oh, I got two. You made it okay. You were one of two top necros in your raiding guild? Right on. I'm just easy. I'm not complicated. Like I just go with whatever. I don't care what method you want to use when it comes to raiding. I just want to raid. That's all. I just want to raid. I like the social. I like hanging out with people. I like accomplishing stuff with 50 other people. What are we doing about anything we can do about the spider? Alright, I've taunted the ad. I can't wait till they turn factions on. That's going to be a whole lot of fun. With all the factions everybody's been manipulating without paying attention. The highest level what? On this server? I don't know. No, I don't know on this server. It'd probably be evil. I would say it's probably evil. Yeah, see, there's a couple of 33 summoners on at the moment. It is late in the evening, though. A good time to check would probably be tomorrow afternoon, around 5 p.m. Eastern. That's usually when the servers tend to be at their busiest on the weekend. Necropets can spawn a maximum of 2 levels up or 2 levels down, typically. But it does take a lot of bone fragments to get it. When I played a Necro Season 6, if you were level 20, you could summon 22, you could summon, well, you could probably summon as low as 9, but you could summon as high as 22. You could always go 2 levels above your current level, but it usually took pretty near a stack of bones to get there. So you gotta carry bones with you if you plan on min-maxing your Necropet. Yeah, because especially around level 18, because when your pet gets level 20, it learns the bash ability, which is pretty cool. So if you're level 18, you could actually get a level 20 pet and have bash earlier than your pet would normally have it because it came out 2 levels higher than you. I almost came out of my chair the first time the first time I spawned a level 20 pet because I thought, holy crap, I'm only 18 and I now have bash? I'm rocking, and I did for a while, but that moment's pretty cool. But as far as the rest of it, the pets don't have any skills beyond taunt and bash, I don't believe, at this time. So once you hit level 18, the excitement kind of dips away and it becomes frustration because you keep burning through more and more bone fragments to get the higher level pet. And you could get your level or lower quite a few times before you see a higher. I think if they handle shamans the way they do in EQ1, you're probably not going to see any change to the pets until mastery points come in. There may be some sort of benefit to your pet when mastery points come in, but as far as leveling up, they don't want the shaman to be overpowered. If your shaman pet leveled the same as you, we'd have 5 times as many shaman out there soloing. Where did you start? 3 bubbles? That would be Karagos the Watcher. He's part of a council. He spawns in Thronefast. You have to climb pretty high up, just above the undead ruins outside of Avelia. We believe he's at least level 45. He might be even higher than that, we're not sure. But he pretty much ate us for breakfast. I hit him. I hit him a couple times. My problem was I stood by his tail, and when he did his tail ability, I got hit with the full brunt of it. That was my fault for bad placement. Yeah, I took like 1,040, and I had like 1,038 hit points, because I thought it was funny. I'm like, don't I normally have 1,070 something fully buffed? But I guess it was like 1,040 something, or 1,000... Yeah, 1,040. I hadn't fully healed. We aggroed. I was late getting into the fight, and then when the tail hit me, it took everything, all the hit points that I had. I think I have 2 here. Yeah, I went down and went purple also, and then everybody jumped off the cliff, and I was like, hey, where you going? and then I just laid there until I was dead. Keep in mind, if you're in Hangor and the storm happens, you take twice the damage that you normally would. So if you were getting pelted by elemental damage and not knowing what was happening, the storm could have been going on while you were up there. The storm makes this place very difficult for people who aren't, you know, max acclimated and have a healer watching their health. A lot of players don't realize they get acclimated and they come up here thinking, oh, now that I'm acclimated, there'll be a bit of damage, no problem. But then the storm comes in and people don't realize, because when you get up here, it's already snowing, so you wouldn't know that it was a storm. But if you pay attention to the elemental debuffs, you'll see that the damage will increase during the storm. Yeah. There are quite a few, so this is kind of cool. I'm assuming it's intentional, but there are quite a few different events that happen that aren't obvious. There's a couple things in Halnir's. There's the storm in Hangor. There's a couple other ones that I'm not going to say, but they're pretty cool, sneaking in these undetectable events that people wouldn't clue into that leads to frustration. And that goes for Chad as well, you guys. If you guys didn't know that, when you're up in Hangor, pay attention to the environment, because if you see any weather that looks like a storm, if your wind sound maybe gets a bit louder, pay attention to what you're being hit with. Have I been where? No, not since the Unity 6 update. They're tough. Based on the spawns that you get, it's really the only reliable place, because it's a large area you can pull from. But if you get too many of the dogs aren't elite, so they don't really give you a bunch of experience, and it wastes the spawn, because then you have to wait and hope that something elite spawns in that dog's place. But if you can get the RNG to roll in your favor, going out there is the perfect place after level 32, where you can just grind 33, 30, I mean, probably all the way up to 40. You just have to get the right spawns. But there's no names and there's no loot, at least that I've seen. So you gotta keep that in mind also. If you want to be able to kill stuff and loot stuff and whatnot, that's not the place for you to go. But then again, at 32, you don't really have any options. For right now. Now, here's my hope. They're working on a dungeon called Black Rose Keep. Black Rose, of course, being the humanoid soldiers in Halnir's cave. The Black Rose Keep is going to be an extension to Halnir's. There's a hallway off to the side of Halnir's. If you run through it far enough, you'll come to a staircase into a tunnel that leads nowheres. I'm hoping that when that comes into the game, they'll have 30 plus content deep into that zone. They're calling it a premier dungeon, whatever that means. I don't know if Halnir is an example of a premier dungeon, but they've called it a premier dungeon, Black Rose Keep, multiple times. So whatever that might be, I'm not sure. But I'm hoping we get tier 3 content in that dungeon, because if not, it could be months before we start to see it. Because they'll still probably polish out Wild's End tier 2 content, because I believe they're done with Hangor. I believe Hangor, as far as tier 2, has seen all the itemization it's going to get. I don't think so. I don't know if I've seen that. Is that over, like, in the far area by the second bridge, over towards the end with that quest giver that wants you to get the 3 insignias? Like off to the left? Oh, wait a minute. Is that the door in the side of the mountain with the 2 NPCs that can aggro you? I don't know what he's talking about. I don't think I've seen that. Don't think I have that quest. So then maybe the hallway that I'm talking about, maybe it could be a basement entrance. Speaking of weather, I think it's cool that the druid will have spells that react with it. Yes, we'll have to wait and see what they mean by that. We'll need actual examples, I guess. EQ druids had a spell to cancel rain. Did they? I don't remember. I used to think it was a joke. Like in the Quranas. Am I wrong? I thought that was a joke about turning off the rain. People used to go in OOC and type /rain off. Missed the Corona. They did. It required a reagent, but yeah. I remember a lot of people, we used to make jokes about the rain. That guy's gray. I wonder, will that gray aggro if I pull an orc that is not gray? That bat's probably not gray. That bat's green. That bat's not worth pulling. I'm not gonna pull him. obviously not in the fog. That's like nighttime here. You can't see 5 feet in front of your face. I've seen an example of the call lightning ability for druids. Am I tripping? Have you been in the same spot for 2 hours? Yes, Travis, but not for my own benefit. I'm here to get a couple of people experience for being a lower level. There's no place for me to farm at the moment because I'm already best in slot. I'm just here helping guildies out. Oh, broken bone again? If half the group were a level or two higher, we'd be crawling in a different region. But there's a couple of groups at our level right now. There are only a handful of groups on the server, and they're already at the other locations because there's not enough content right now for groups of our level, and that would be 30 plus. If we were 10 levels lower, we'd probably be crawling Halnir's Cave or Night Watch Knoll. But we have to make do with what we have available. Once they start putting in more tier 3 content, we'll have more places to go to. But right now it just doesn't exist. Oh, that guy's green. We'll have to pull him. I mean, I shouldn't even care myself. The XP here is not good for me, but it's good for the rest of the group. That's another problem too, is I'm one of a very few number of tanks up at this level. There's only like half a dozen of us. And 4 of us are in this guild. So there you go. When tanks log in, we usually get flooded with tells. And it gets very difficult because there's probably 20 some odd people to pick from. And not necessarily every class you're looking for. So, you know, one night you group with some people, next night you group with other people. You try not to forget about people, and you try to, well, I try to include everyone. As much as I can. Other people run in static groups. I don't do that. I don't like static groups. I don't believe in static groups because it creates a dependency. Rats, whoever. Yep. We can get this guy. Used to be a huge WoW nerd for so many years, gave up because it got boring after 15 years, been waiting for Ashes of Creation to bring Scratch back. Yeah, well, I mean, here's hoping Ashes, you know, gets the few bugs in its system ironed out and, you know, becomes more of a something for its player base. The interesting thing between Ashes and Pantheon is they're, even though they're, I've had this conversation a half a dozen times already. They're both MMORPGs, but they're done differently. Pantheon is touted as a social MMORPG, and what that means is you're going to have to put in 100% effort to get 100% reward, period. Ashes doesn't lean into the social aspect. Ashes is just going to be like a Zerg game, because they have the PvP, they have the realm versus realm, they'll have the sieges, they have the biomes, or the actual what would you call it? Countrysides, I guess, that you could take over and control. This game won't have that. This game is more about the intimacy of putting a group together, crawling content, you know. It definitely on a smaller scale. So, the EQ WoW comparison that's happened over the last 3 decades, anybody who tries to compare Pantheon to Ashes of Creation, being that they're the 2 MMOs right now being worked on, will be 100% ignorant of both games, right? So you gotta watch for that too. And ignorant meaning you don't have all the information, right? That's what ignorant means. So people, this goes out to you guys listening. Anybody who starts comparing Pantheon to Ashes going forward, ignore them. Just ignore them. Doesn't matter who they are, doesn't matter whatever, just ignore them. They are not the same game, they are not similar, they're just MMORPGs. We may look at Ashes when it gets further along, maybe. I've been thinking about it. But Pantheon is the game I'm looking for. Pantheon is my jam. This is what I want. I'm the social person. You guys that have been here long enough, you know how I operate. Ashes would not be as fun for me. Came up in your feed today? Yeah. I mean, Ashes, on scale, Ashes is a much larger game. Like, Ashes is going for everything. They want the realm versus realm, they want the extensive PvP, they want PvE content. But with Ashes, you can do a lot more drop in, drop out, as they say, than you can in Pantheon. Pantheon is more like EverQuest and original World of Warcraft. When you jump in, you have to plan to put time in. You won't be rewarded with the short-term gains, right? You won't be rewarded with the soloing short-term. You need to socialize, you need to build groups, you need to crawl content. You need to work together. You need to communicate. Ashes won't be that. I've been following all the Ashes developer diaries. I've watched the larger streamers that stream their time in Ashes. I've seen a couple of the raid encounters, and I've seen the group stuff, and so on. It's, Ashes is more of a numbers game than Pantheon is. I think I saw like 8 people in a group, which was weird to see. I think it was 8. There's a lot of people on the left-hand side of the screen anyways. But yeah, Ashes will be the bigger game, right? When Ashes comes out, it'll have the bigger population because it's a much bigger project that offers a lot of different avenues. Pantheon doesn't offer a lot of different avenues. Pantheon is grouping, and then I guess soloing if you're a soloer. But it's primarily grouping. It's primarily that intimate experience. Ashes won't be intimate. Ashes will be 50 people at a time running against 50 people. They're both going to be great games, regardless. They're both going to be great games in their own respect. I do know that Ashes currently has some issues that I guess they're trying to work at. I think they had a play session a couple of weeks ago and stuff might have gone upside down. I know I've had a few viewers come in here and talk about it, tell me about it, because I like to keep up to date with this stuff, and I don't have the time to play the two of them myself. So it's nice to have them jump in every now and then and fill me in. The bone breakers really got to stop having a 100% success rate with breaking my bones, man. They break my bones every single pull. I wonder if a name spawns here. Is this a dead end? Oh no, that's the wyvern, right? No, that's the outside. That's too long of a run. I'm not going to pull that. We'll run out of endurance. Oh, hello, Watcher. Dude, I haven't done first person in a while. We have the cleric bubble on us, the shield. That's what that glow is. Yeah, the lighting is pretty cool. If you're underneath a tree and the sun is overhead, if you look up into the tree, it's almost like you're outside looking at an actual tree because you can see the light and the sun glitter through the tree, which is pretty cool. That's gonna make two. I got a watcher coming. The one issue I have with first person is I can't see when my auto attack goes off. I'd like to be able to see my weapon come across the screen at least. Like even going range, we don't see the bow. Is the haste cloak from Goblin Cave worth getting for a warrior? Yes. Anything with haste is worthwhile. Anything. Even if it's 5%. Once you get a weapon that has a proc on it, haste means everything. Level 22 at the moment, but thinking about going back to farm it. Hey, you should, man. You got plenty of time. There is no rush. There's no rush to get anything done in this game. Do the farming, get the gear, do your testing, give your input. They couldn't ask for anything more. They being VR. Right? They're not just looking for all these people to come in and play the game and not say anything. They want, you know, they hope that players will do some research, provide some input. They'll take it into consideration and see what happens. But not enough people do that. Not enough people do the homework, do the research, play the game the way they want to play it when it launches, and then say, okay, well, I'd like to do this, but this isn't happening. Why is this not happening? Maybe I should mention this and see if they can look at it. You know, that's what they're looking for. But unfortunately, we're in a situation, and I mean no offense to anybody when I say this, we're in a situation where a lot of people are playing the game just to play the game. They're not looking to test, they're not providing input. I get it, the urge is there to play the game, but we are playing a game in development, and then what happens is, when something doesn't go right, people get their panties in a twist over it. But if you'd have supplied your input so that they could have actually taken it into consideration, like, you know, maybe you wouldn't have the negative mindset that you have. Like even with people that I group with now, a lot of them have taken a bunch of gear off of their main that they've farmed or gotten through their dungeon crawling leveling, and they've gone ahead and moved it all to their other tunes, their other alts, so that when they jump a character in at level 1, they're already wearing level 20 gear. For testing purposes, I don't think that's right, just my own opinion. So my plan is to play all 3 tanks. Right now we're on the warrior. Once I get to a point where the warrior's not needed every day, we're going to switch over and level a paladin, and then we're going to level a dire lord. And when I do that, I'm going to start them fresh and play them fresh, and then as I hit certain thresholds, I'll start moving some gear onto them. So for example, some of the gear I have waiting for the other tanks are from the Manor in Thronefast. The Manor is a level 14 zone, or 14 area. They're 13 to 14 roughly. So I'll wait till my other tanks get to like level 14, maybe even 15, and then I'll slide a few pieces over to them. Because I already know how to farm the stuff. I'm not testing to farm. I'm testing to see how the classes play in a normal situation. So I'll do that, and then when I get up to the 20s, I'll take the gear from Halnir's and I'll move that over, and so on and so forth. But I'm not going to take a level 1 tune and give it level 20 gear, because that's not balanced, that's not fair, that's not going to give legit input. And then I report my findings. I've reported, I think 4 times already during early access, just with general info, bugs that I found, glitches that I found. I'm doing my part. But the game is in development. So when stuff happens and people are like, oh, well, wah, I'm going to complain about it. People start making mountains out of molehills. The game is still in development. This is not a finished product. Stop treating it as such. Not anybody in particular. These are just general statements. I've been playing this game for 2 years now. This is my 4th warrior. I'm not just here from early access. I've been here since the beginning of seasons, which for those who don't know, if you came in at early access, was what early access was before early access. I don't know how I feel about first person right now. I'm seeing enough in front of me, but the moving around is a little bit awkward. I haven't done it in so long. What do we got there? You're green. I feel like we should be seeing a named in here. This cavern... Oh, what just happened? Oh, I'm rooted. This cavern, or this opening, feels like there should be a boss that spawns in here. I feel like it's a missed opportunity. Anybody watching the Super Bowl tomorrow? I'm not really sure what my game plans are. I normally watch it every year, but I'm not sure if I'm going to watch it tomorrow. If I do watch it, there probably won't be a stream tomorrow. I don't think, but we'll have to see what happens. I probably won't watch it. What's that ability? Oh. I didn't realize Warfare had a debuff. I thought it was just a fear. You hope both teams lose? If only that were a possibility, Trazzy. I'll be honest, I'm leaning towards Philadelphia. I'm not a fan of either team, but I'm leaning towards Philadelphia. Excuse me. Well, sir, that came out of nowheres. Oh, I didn't even see that snake. Yeah, haste applies for either. Okay, enough of first person. I gotta see my weapon. I gotta show it off. If I had depicted it with the Eagles, who's been at the bottom of my list the whole life. As a, oh, you're a Denver fan? Well, hey, I'm a Niners fan. I've been a Niners fan for a very, very long time. I've been a Niners fan since Montana and Seifert. And it's funny because I'm Canadian. How does that happen? And I'm not a hockey fan. Again, how does that happen? Rats. Since the Chiefs beat my Dolphins in the playoffs last year, you have to... Yeah. You know? Yeah, we had a good night tonight. Now, you could go in there, I would say probably 32, 33. It would be a bit of a fight because he has a heal that's a real pain if you can't interrupt it. Yeah. So, with the patch they did the other day, they increased spawn chances for all names, I guess, across the game. So they were saying that, I think we were seeing Oosh 1 every 4 spawns now, whereas like the night before, we had like 8 cycles and no named, or 9 cycles and no named, or 12 cycles and no named, or 10 hours and no named. Now... yeah, now chances are he's probably spawning 1 every 3 spawns or 1 every 4 spawns. War Chief the same way. It does. I mean, honestly, I think it's too much, but that's just me. That's just me complaining. But I think a guaranteed spawn an hour. I mean, people will say, you know, you don't have much time, blah blah blah. I get it and I understand, but there's a reason gear is supposed to be rare. So, you know, if you come in on a Saturday and you're playing for 6 hours, that's guaranteed 6 spawns of a name that could drop some of the best stuff. So that could, you know, you're in the mindset of staying there, but then somebody else comes along and realizes you're still there and they're like, oh, okay. And I don't know, I feel like 1 every 4 spawns guaranteed. I'm sure it's not guaranteed, but it seems like it's guaranteed 1 every 4 spawns. I just think that's too quick. Yeah, yeah. Well, Black Moon itself, I mean, they've got, what, Prime plus 4 shards at their highest, so guilds just jump. Yeah, they just jump and jump and jump and jump. And now the spawns are faster. I mean, they'll just gear themselves up faster, which is very unfortunate, because if VR's taking input from that server, I mean, they probably shouldn't. If everybody's twinked, if everybody's geared out, they probably shouldn't take input. I wouldn't think it's legitimized. Right. So shard jumping can become a time sink, but it also depends on how many people are at that level, right? Well, for the content that's available right now, gearing out 18, 24, 36 players 5 times faster than normal, that's not solid input. That's not research. That's like breaking the equation of the game, really, when you think about it, right? So, I don't know. I don't know what they hope by doing that, but yeah, I'll be honest. It's not. I don't feel like that's justifiable research. I feel like that's just entitling people. Your guess is as good as mine, man. Your guess is as good as mine. There are 3. I think there's Black Moon, Avos, and I think there's another one below us on the server list. Veil of Azarus, or whatever it's called. Yeah, I think. That's why he made it where you make it, put it at the sucker point. Yeah, for sure. Well, back in Seasons, we only had 5 servers available, and one of them was unreliable. So during Seasons, we had 4 that were North American based, and 1 that was European that came in a little bit into Seasons. So when they went down at the end of Season 6, I was like, this is interesting. Are they going to expect 10 times the population on 5 servers? Then they said they were coming out with more servers, and then Early Access came, and all of a sudden they had 22 servers. And I remember I sat back, my jaw hit the floor, and I'm like, this is insane. They went from 5 servers, they want to fill 22 servers? This isn't going to work. And then it worked. And I was like, holy shit, there's a lot of people that want to play this game. Well, I also think the server technology that they're using allows them to have this, like, it allows them to spin up these kind of servers. These shards aren't just individual servers, they're like virtual machines, so they're like server images, or shard images, I guess you could say. It's like they're duplicating and moving a copycat of Prime off to the side, as opposed to saying, okay, well, instead of 1 server being for Black Moon, we're going to take 5 independent servers for Black Moon. I don't think that's how this game spins up servers. I could be wrong, but I think Java explained it roughly like 3 weeks ago or something. It's funny that you say that, because when they came out with the announcement about the no smoking icon that was going to show up over a server when a server wasn't taking any more characters. And I've been playing for probably 7 or 8 days since then, and I'm like, man, no server's getting to capacity. This is ridiculous. And then I logged in one night, and I think Black Moon Prime had the logo, and I sat for like 30 seconds staring at the server screen going, look at that, the server's got the logo. I was like so excited to see the actual logo, and I'm like, holy crap, that's a lot of people. It used to be 500, but they increased the servers last week. I don't know what it is, but based on how the pie chart fills out in the server screen, I'd say they're allowing 750, maybe 800. Hey, Benaliel, what's happening? How many people per server? Oh, yeah. So, I believe there's probably close to 800 people capacity per server. There might be 1,000. I'm not sure. As far as capacity goes, on our server, typically at the busy period. So, without looking at the server screen, it's difficult to explain. But I will say this: each of the servers has a pie chart to the right of it, and the pie chart is cut into 4 segments, right? So think of it like 25%, 50%, 75%, 100%. The servers, when they used to allow 500 players, which was up until last week, our server would be anywhere from 3/4 or 75% to 100% full. Now when I log in and I look at the server list, our server in the early evening is around 50% full, which shows on the pie chart as being less, but they increased player capacity. So the player capacity didn't go down, it actually stayed the same or increased. But I do believe somewhere between 800 and 1,000 players can be on a server. I have no idea how I got 3. There was only 1 in the hallway. Changing targets. Is this other Watcher Iron Will 2, or just dotted? No problem. I just wanted to make sure, because I don't really want to come off this guy and accidentally break some CC. This guy's only light blue. We should have enough power to kill this dude. Gotta watch this guy. This is the cool thing. We're crowd controlling this group of 3 right now with a rogue. Not an enchanter, a rogue. Rogues are phenomenal. Rogues are amazing in this game. I mean, we also have a necromancer as well. A necromancer is pretty good at CC. They actually have a channeled mez, I believe. Well, if they all spawn... Oh, there's a guy back there, but this guy spawned here. I would have thought in a big open area like this, they would have put a named room here somewhere. Yeah. Cave manager. Yeah, the cloth comes from the seers, and the plate comes from the bloodsworn. So you won't see plate in here either. Yeah. These Watcher guys, I think they treat them like the, not the scouts, what are the no, not the lookouts, Drudges? No, what's their names? Drudges. Yeah, I think it's Drudges. Could be. I don't remember. I found out this evening that the wyvern, or the wyvern, drops a plate haste helmet. Don't know. I just know it's an item I was told this evening by one of my viewers. He got a belt. There was a belt that came off the wyvern the other night. Yeah, that was the Uber haste belt. I think it had plus 27 to haste. Gave him like 15% haste under food. It used to be called the crystalline wyvern or the crystalline wyvern, but it's now called the white wyvern. It's yeah, it's in the cave. Well, it's in this cave here. There's a pathway to run through this cave to get to his chamber if he's up. How did you aggro? What was that previous item you were just going to talk about? That means it's a consumable like food. It stays in your inventory and you click it from your inventory. It's like the totem from Manor. But the one I just mentioned about the Manor, it's melee damage. It buffs your melee damage. No, it wears off after a certain amount of time, but then you just re-click it. No. Yes. Right. Oh, up at the manor? Yes, up at the manor. Yes, above that. Oh shoot, I got two. I got 2 coming in. I'm on a resistant watcher. $32, but you should be careful. A couple of the ghosts could spawn green, and I believe the golems can spawn green as well. Yep, because I was down there yesterday. I mean, I went and farmed myself mushrooms and then made some tempers. I mean, I chose alchemy, so I need I had stacks of everything else. I just need the mushrooms to make the temper. Yeah. Yeah, because the armor smithing has their own set of rare tempers that don't work with weaponsmithing and vice versa. So, I make like blood temper, but you have your version of blood iron is black iron. Yeah, I believe for armor smiths it's black iron, for weaponsmiths it's blood iron. Yes. And the blood iron is how the weaponsmiths do the extra point. Armorsmith uses black, weaponsmith uses blood. You use blood as well? Well, yeah, I'm pretty certain there's black iron for recipes for armor, not for weapons. Maybe I'm wrong. I thought black iron was a thing. Am I wrong? Does anybody know? Anybody have a high enough armor smith? Is black iron a thing? I thought it was black iron. I don't remember. Yeah, I could be wrong, but I always thought there was a black iron component for armor smithing. Okay, so there's a dark temper that makes dark iron. It's not black iron, it's dark iron, but it comes from dark temper. I don't know what I don't know what makes it. Oh, hey man. Yeah, we were talking about blood iron and armor and stats, and I had mentioned that I thought I had heard that there was black iron in the game. Okay, gotcha. Okay, so what makes the dark temper then? Okay, gotcha. Thank you. I was starting to go crazy. Okay, so I was right. I was right. There is a black iron, dark temper. Apparently it adds more AC and lesser stats, whereas blood iron is more stats, less AC. Thank you for the info. Right, right. No, we were just having a conversation, and I was starting to second guess the fact that I had heard that there was some kind of black iron. So, you validating it for me was perfect. Sure, sure. Oh, I think you guys didn't just hear that conversation, did you? Oh, I got pulled down. Okay, so I had sent Ziphatel asking about the whole black iron thing, and what he told me was there is black iron, there is dark temper. It requires spider ichor or something, but what it does is when you craft items, it increases the AC, but lessens the stats. So blood iron would be the opposite, where it raises stats and lowers AC. He said it's probably best practice right now to not really craft black iron stuff, because the stats, what they believe, are more important right now. However, for harvesting tools don't get stats, so you get higher effectiveness by using the black iron or what have you for the harvesting tools. So there, now you guys in chat learned something too if you didn't know. I'm glad I'm not crazy. I knew I heard it. If it does, I don't know what to do. Like, I don't know how to come across. It took a lot of research to figure out the blood temper. I don't even know how to do the dark temper. So as far as tailoring goes, where I haven't taken it as a trade skill, I don't know what's involved with tailoring. The recipe could be there already, I just don't know what it would be. Right, right. I'm fairly certain they probably already have it. You just have to go through it's going to come from alchemy. So regardless of what it is, you're just going to have to know or figure out what the recipe is. It's also very interesting because I don't know how people are finding the information to figure these recipes out. The temper's a very weird recipe because it requires 5 different components and they're not all in like a similar area. So how people figure this stuff out, I'm assuming they would have had to get it from VR in some respect. Like to figure it out would be like trying to figure out an Epic Quest in EQ back in the day. And mind you, the Blood Temper is only Tier 3. We're not even sure what the Tier 4 is, if it's a game yet. The Tier 2 is typically Ashen Bronze. I don't know what the Tier 2 Rare is. Do you know, Chadrick? Is there a Tier 2 Rare ore to make special armor, or is it just the Tier 3 stuff? Okay. Now, it could be that like Tier 1 and Tier 2 might not have an additional rare kind of modifier because the gear that's available, you're only just starting into getting statted items like from the Manor and Halnirs. It really only came in with the multi-statted gear, which has typically been Tier 3. I wonder if Tier 4 is going to give you a 3rd prime stat or if it's going to give you a +1 to a certain stat already. That'll be interesting to see what they do with it. That could be it too. That's a long ways away. We're not looking at Tier 4 anytime soon. That's probably half a year away. I feel like we'll see another continent before we see Tier 4. I wish they would give me the ability to turn off tooltips. I already know what my skills do. I don't need them to keep reminding me every time I mouse over a skill. I can shrink the text, but it's still there. What's up here? Is there anything up here? No? Yeah. You guys happen to have a rep? Me. How far away are you, just some? When you say past half, you mean like you're just over 50% through? Ah, gotcha. We'd probably be here a while still. You're about 97? What does this stuff con to you? He's lower level. Okay, you know what? Let's pull till he dings. I'll have to start doing that. You just gave me an idea. I'll turn myself into a mercenary. I'll be a tank for hire. How you guys in chat doing? What's going on? What are you guys up to? You guys just chilling? Fort group just fell apart? Ah, bummer. Well, at least you got up there to kill stuff. Was the group going well? Started up a monk today. What level's your monk, Trezzy? Anti-luminous, killing goblins now. Gotcha. You were ripping? Just hit 10. Yeah, the fort can be a fun camp. The fort can also be a headache. When you get up around 22, 23, and you try and crawl into the fort, it can get tricky. You really have to make sure everything at the entrance is cleared as you move in. And you have to try and turn every pull and hope that when they run out towards the entrance and not in towards the rest of the fort. Somebody say grats? Did he ding? Yeah, it's a shame there's no named in this whole cave network. Although I guess they probably wouldn't put named in here if the wyvern's in here, right? That'd be two names in the same area. Yeah, that's probably it. That's probably why there's no... I don't think that was me. I haven't been up to the Drakes since they got itemized. When we were at the Drakes, they didn't drop anything except trash stuff. Like vendor fodder stuff that wasn't worth anything. But now I think they dropped some kind of gear or possibly weapons. I don't know if they're going to be any better than what we have already, because you got to keep in mind the Drakes are like 24 to 26, I believe. But those are the Drakes that are above the asps where the pink trees are. Oh, really? Oh, interesting. Tomorrow. I mean, if they're 28, 29, they're definitely going to drop something that would be probably semi-comparable to what we're wearing. Because Hangor's 24 to 29, and that drops all sorts of armor and weapons that we're using. Could. Hey, New G Banana, what's happening? Are there any non-elite orcs in Hangor? I don't believe so. I believe... hang on a second. Maybe down by the river. Maybe. Maybe. I know there are non-elites down by the river, but I don't know if they're orcs or not. But probably down by the river. That's where I would look. That's the only place I would look. '23's too... if you're in a group, 23 would be fine. The entrance, I believe, is around 24. So 23 would be no problem. Solo or duo? Probably not. Actually, I would say no. But if you're in a group, 23 would be fine. Gotta wait for that dude to come out of the wall again. That's clearly not intentional. That's clearly somebody must have sneezed or blinked when they were drawing the pathing line, and they programmed this guy to go into the rock. There's a ding. Grats, man. There's your ding. We had what? We have 4 dings tonight, I think, in this group. Yeah, it's good in the group. Well, grats everybody on the level. Okay, I'm gonna play it safe, and I'm gonna say everybody might want to stuck out. Alright, well thanks for hanging out, guys. Alright, stream, that's gonna be it for me for this evening. Sadly, I know you guys want me to be on all night. I can't do it. It's 2 a.m. I forgot what time it was, or I lost track of time. I'm supposed to get up early in the morning. I'd like to stay, but I got a free breakfast waiting for me that I don't have to pay for. Win-win. Anyhow, to those of you that are still here, I hope you guys enjoyed your time as always. If you're new to the channel, if you think you might come back on a future stream and you haven't already, feel free to hit that follow button. Oh, look, making friends. Anyhow, as always, I'm out for the evening. You guys have yourselves a good evening or a good day wherever you are in the world, and I hope to see you on the next stream. Take care.